Hey everybody, Lenny Ghoul here. Today we're going to play a little more Diablo 2 Resurrected. I'm going to finish off what I started earlier with the playthrough series of the Summoner Necro. I was kind of, I think we left off just entering Act 4. So, we'll finish that up today, I'm pretty sure. I don't see any reason why we can't finish build today. And then, and that'll be like the thing. um so let's do it already. Oh, we're playing offline too. Where is he? Lenny Ghoul, there he is. So we're playing offline, and we're doing it players 8, and I'm basically don't have any crazy gear to bring over, so I'm not really bringing over crazy gear. I might have a couple of things occasionally that I had laying around on some mules and stuff, but there's nothing totally insane. I don't have any like crazy high runes or anything on this offline shit. So we're gonna do it. And it is set to players 8, and we're doing that so we can adjust it, obviously. So up and down, depending on, how tough it gets. If something's too tough, we'll adjust it lower, obviously. If it's, if it's relatively easy, we'll try to keep it at 8 as much as possible for the maximum experience and drop gains. But for the most part, it's just kind of a casual run through that I wanted to do because I haven't done. I've played this game for like my entire gaming life, and I never really made any like YouTubes on it or anything. So I'm just kind of doing like a playthrough as an initial YouTube thing. Let's see how that works. I do have a lore or a rhyme made, Shale Eth, which I might throw on if we actually hit 29. I mean, I have the stuff, right? But I don't have any crazy runes. I just have the normal. Like, I think the highest rune I have is Lem, so whatever, right? Not a big deal. And with that, we should be good to go. We got potions. We didn't do anything yet, did we? No, we didn't. We just got the quest. What I do need to do, however, what I do need to do is maybe summon an army, but I'm gonna try to get it on the steps. I don't know that I can because Act 4 gets a little tougher. We are players 8. I might have to go to a lesser act to get a couple skeletons and then come back. But we'll see what happens. Depends on what spawns out here. I think we'll be okay. Oh, no, because it's going to freeze. Okay. Oh, it's because he's doing cold damage. The Merc's doing cold damage. And the Merc's the one that's doing most of the damage. Well, we'll try to get some thorns going. There we go. We'll start resin our little army. All right. We actually have our skeleton army already. All right, now we're going to go back to amp damage. Boo, 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 boo. The burning souls. There's actually a little trick with these burning souls, by the way. We're not going to do it because it's a pain in the ass. I think you have to be in hell mode. I don't remember. But there's a little Easter egg. If you sit here and let them attack you and you don't kill them, and 4 of them collect together and start attacking, they will start shooting their little lightning things in patterns that will start spelling letters one at a time, and the letters are the names of the developers from Blizzard North. So it'll be like a D for David Beverick, what's his face? Jesus Christ, I can't even remember anymore. The anyway, it spells all their letters. I'm drawing a blank on their names for some reason. I don't know why. I'm just, you know, I'm old. What can I say? Anyway, it spells out their letters and of their names, and then what happens is after it goes through the whole cycle, if you haven't killed them and they finish it, you get a massive magic find increase, a hidden magic find bonus. Oh, E for Eric Schaefer, and like, right, it's all the different letters. So you get, yeah, and then you get a massive magic find bonus, but it only works in, it'll last for the game that you are currently in for the rest of that game. And I think it's only on single player. Although I might be mistaken on that. I didn't believe it. I thought it was total bullshit because I'd been playing this game for over 20 years when I heard about this. And I'm like, no fucking way. And Mr. Llama SC, a very, very, very well-known Diablo 2 streamer, made a video about it. And I'm like, what? And then I watched it and I'm like, no fucking way. And then I did it and I'm like, no fucking way. It does work. It's totally insane. It's a massive magic find bonus. I don't remember how much it is, but it's like extremely significant. It's like 1,000% or something. It's totally insane. It's stupid how much it is. I don't remember how much it is, but it's a lot. It's very significant. But you have to like not kill them, and and it has to be these guys, the burning souls, and you just sit there and you let them do their little lightning thing, and they start shooting lightning, and they start spelling things. That was just totally fascinating because I had thought I knew every Easter egg in the entire game. Like, I even know what the chat gem does. That's how much I know, like, about this game. And a lot of people still don't. A lot of people falsely assume that the chat gem actually does something significant. It doesn't actually do anything. What it does is it was put in the game very specifically for the purpose of people asking what it does. So every time they ever asked a question, what does this thing do? The answer was always, it's working as intended. Because it did exactly what it was supposed to do, which was to make people ask why it was in the game. It's in chat, there's a little gem and you can activate it or deactivate it. And it says chat gem activated, and then when you click it, and then when you unclick it, it says chat gem deactivated. And like everybody, this is literally like everybody has always asked forever, oh my god, what's the chat gem? And there's like hordes and hordes of speculation. And the whole time they're just cracking up. I know this because a Blizzard employee who was not supposed to divulge this information actually did divulge the information to me a long time ago. Actually, I've actually been one of the few people who have known this since like 2004, probably. Maybe sooner than that. Yeah, actually it was sooner than that. Because when did I find out? I was at, let's see. It had to be 2002. Maybe 2003. It had to be like 2003 when I found out about this. And like every single time I see it asked, I'm like, oh, this is what it does. And then nobody believes me. And I'm like, okay, well, whatever. And then like every once in a while, if you look hard enough, you'll find confirmation of it from like a pissed off dev who doesn't give a shit anymore, who leaves, and they're like, yeah, it doesn't do anything. And then I think one time David Beverick actually did admit that it didn't do anything. I think he finally did admit on at like some interview or something that it didn't do anything. I don't remember. But they've always had this position because they didn't want to. They wanted it to be like the best known secret, right? Because they knew that people would start rumors about shit if shit was in the game, and the reason they did that was because also, hey, how's it going, Tiff? The reason they did that was because in Diablo 1, there was a rumor of a cow level. Because there were some cows, and you click on them, they say moo. And then in Hellfire, there's a cow, there's a guy in a cow suit, and if you click on him, he says moo. I said moo, and if you keep clicking on him, he keeps saying moo. And then if you click on him, I don't remember, like it's like 50 or 60 times or something. Like he says something different. I don't remember what it is, but it doesn't actually do anything. But for some reason, everybody, there's a secret cow level in the game. We just don't know how to activate it. And everyone's been looking, and it was this is in Diablo 1. There was no secret cow level. There never was. But everybody and they didn't deny it because it was funny that there was this rumor. So then in Diablo 2, this game, they actually did put a secret cow level in. And it's pretty, obviously, as everybody knows. It's like one of the most popular places to farm in the game. It's not a secret. And that's the whole point, too, right? If there was a secret cow level in Diablo 1, everybody would have known about it. You know what I'm saying? If the chat gem actually did something, everybody would have actually known about it. But because it didn't, nobody knew that it did anything because it didn't do anything. And that's why they did it, because it was like, well, here's another thing that we'll just put in the game and make people ask why it does it. And then they're going to ask, what does this thing do? And no one's going to have an answer because it doesn't actually do anything. And then everybody will think it's some big fucking secret when it's really not a big secret at all. It doesn't do anything. Because that's how it works. When you have millions and millions of people doing the same thing for hours and hours a day on end, they're going to find out what it does if it does something. And it doesn't do anything. However, I will say they did manage to keep that one Easter egg I was talking about a secret for a really long time. And I don't know how the hell they held that off. Because nobody knew about that. I hadn't heard about that one. And I heard about all kinds of crazy shit that people have recently discovered that they thought they discovered that they brought up. There's a video the other day by what's the guy's name? The redhead guy. Another Diablo 2 streamer. His fucking name? Ginger or something? He calls himself like Ginger Gamer or something. Ginger Gaming. Yeah, that guy. I think it was him. Let me see. Anyway, he recently ran across something that had been around for a really long time, but it's only in single player, so it doesn't really matter. And what it is you can he figured out what people figured out a long time ago is that because the maps are the same, unless you in single player, unless you switch unless you switch the word I'm looking for. Unless you switch difficulty levels or switch characters, the map that you have on the character that you're on will stay the same even if you leave the game and join a different game or you make a new game. As long as it's in the same thing, it'll keep the same map in single player. And they do that because it's the way the single player version of the game was supposed to work. They wanted it to be, this is back in the day when single player games were still a thing, right? And so the whole point was you progress as far as you want, and then that's how you save. You exit, and then you come back into the game, and you come back where you left off. New monsters are there, but the maps that you've already discovered are still there, as they were. And that was the whole point originally. And so because of that, there was a thing that people figured out that the maps have seeds. And the way they're seeded, if you find an anomaly on the map and you do the same, this is basically what it is broken down. And then they figured they didn't come to this full conclusion, but this is what the conclusion actually is. If you find an anomaly on the map and you do the exact same thing on the if you load the map in, right, which is making a new game, you're resetting all of the monsters and maybe some of the contents of some of the things, but it's the same thing. You are regenerating, and if you take the same route to the places, you're generating the same seed. So if you do the same thing, there's a really good chance that you're going to have the same result. It's because of the way the game works with the seeding. And so what they figured out was they were able to spam. You know what? I think it wasn't Ginger Gaming. It was Phil. That's who it was. Phil figured it. Like Phil learned this just recently. Anyway, what was figured out, which I've known this for like at least 15 years, is that if you in single player, if you do the same thing with the same route, you're going to get the same result, meaning you can farm high runes over and over again if you keep doing the same map. And you find a high rune on it, right? In a like if you enter a map, you go to this particular chest, you click it, and you find a high rune in it. Quit the game and do the exact same path to the map or to the chest, and you're probably going to get the same high rune again. And you can keep doing that, and you can basically duplicate items that way. This works with that, and it also works on like armor shrines and like a lot of things. This is actually very popular in the game. Hello, sorry for bothering you. I want to offer promotion to your channel. Well, how about no? No promotion to my channel. Okay, sorry. Fucking spam bots. I deal with them too much already. Anyway, where was I before I was interrupted by the spam bot? Oh yeah. So it doesn't just work with that. It actually works with all kinds of items. But the best way to exploit it was with the high runes, which is what dude was doing in his video, and he was shocked that this was able. He was like, this big revelation. It's like, yeah, we've known this forever. It's how single player works. It's because the maps are seeded, but it's a pain in the ass, and it's really not worth it. And if you get something, you know, like the problem is, if you are going to go that far out of your way to do that much stuff to exploit just to get a high rune in single player, there are much easier ways to exploit things to get high runes in the game. One of which is you can just use a cheat editor. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's just not. There's hero editors and shit in for single player that like are just readily available and have been forever. So if you're really desperate to get some like crazy amount of high runes of a specific type in single player, well, you can just make them, right? If you're not willing to just find them normally by doing the things that you do in the game to do it, if you're going to go out of your way to try to exploit your way into finding a high rune, well, it's a lot easier to just use a fucking editor. And that was the point that I was making and other people were making. They're like, yeah, we've known about this forever, but it's not a big deal because people actually enjoy playing the game, right? Like, yeah, you can cheat. It's like basically newsflash, you can cheat in Diablo too. No shit. You know? But anyway, why did I bring that up? I brought it up because, oh yeah, because it was an example of something that apparently a lot of people didn't know about. And I was really surprised. That one, apparently, a lot of people didn't know about that. I knew about it from, like I said, from a long time ago. But I didn't know that a lot of people didn't know about it. And apparently it kind of disappeared into the ether for, 10 or 15 years and then came back. And it's like, oh my God, it's this big thing. It's like, no, it's been around. But the one thing, like I said, that I didn't know about was that nobody fucking knew about was that one thing. So they did manage to keep one secret in the game. And it's the thing with those souls that I had just mentioned. Where if you stand there and let them shoot you, they will spell out the names of the developers, and then you will get granted a huge magic find bonus for the rest of that map, but only in single player again. And again, it doesn't matter. Why? Because it's single player. Once again, it doesn't really matter. If you want to manipulate it more, you can. So, but I just thought that was interesting. That they did things like that. I was really surprised though that like one Easter egg managed to slip by everybody for that fucking long. And it may have been something. It may have been one of those things that people knew about 20 years ago, right? Like the thing that I knew about the chat gem, right? Where just there was only like a small group of people knew about it. Nobody said anything. Or maybe they even did say something, but nobody paid attention to them. Which could have been, which happens all the time. So how is your day going, Tiff? Even though it's probably over at this point. All right, that's cool. It's been a long week, dude. No shit. It's been crazy fucking long week, dude. Are we in the where are we? We're in the Plains of Despair. Okay. Holy shit. Talk about like the easiest map ever. All right. So we found the waypoint to the River of Flame. Like just wow. Anyway, we have to go back and find Izzy. That is the quickest I think I've ever found the River of Flame. Wow. That was pretty awesome. Let's just go find Izzy. We have to kill Izzy still. There he is. This might be a very short stream. We keep finding the things super quick like that. All right, we're going to throw Iron Maiden on Izzy. Actually, it's not going to do any good because he's being slowed by the golem. And he's not getting off much of an attack. And he's being chilled by the Merc. The Merc has a blue gem in his spear. So Iron Maiden would work if Izuel is attacking faster, but my minions are stopping him from attacking faster. So we're going with amplify damage. This is player's 8. That's why it's taking. Excuse me. That's why it's taking so long to drop him. I got hiccups. Excuse me. Anywho. I guess it might help if I keep casting amplify damage on him. We're probably going to drop back to players 1 when we kill Diablo, so it doesn't take so freaking long. Because if Izzy is this long, Diablo's going to take forever. We are doomed. Thank you, Israel. I'm just gonna sell those off anyway. I just wanted to look at the poleaxe because, yeah. All right. Anywho, let's go back to town, turn in the quests, level up. Oh, actually, we need to level up before we turn in the quest because then we'll get more skill points. The waypoint's down there, so let's see. Let's level up. We are 28, and we are looking. We got Decrepify for fail, so we're pretty good. All we're gonna do is we're just gonna keep pumping some raised skeleton at this point, and then eventually so skeleton mastery. So that's it. Do I need blood golem? I could put a point into blood golem. What's that gonna do for Gumby? It's gonna give him a little more life. We'll go ahead and put a point in the blood golem then, because more life for Gumby is always good. Because we're gonna get some skills from Izzy right here. We're gonna get 2 of them. And we're gonna put skeleton. Now we got 9 skeletons. A whole bunch of shit to turn in. This is for when we turn level 20. When he turns 27, he is 27. Ooh. Let me check something real quick. It's been a while. I don't remember exactly some things, but he might be the right level for some rune words. Rune words, insight. Oh, I'll have to go to the stupid max roll site. I'm not an ad block user. I keep getting this pop-up saying attention ad block user when I go to their site, but I'm not an ad block user. They're like, you can have ad-free stuff at Maxroll for a subscription. Maxroll's starting to be kind of, I don't know. I think they're starting to run out of money is the problem, because they're not making a lot of money from the streams anymore, because not a lot of people are watching the D4 streams, and most of the Maxroll people are Diablo 3 and Diablo 4 streamers. And they're not making any money anymore streaming those games. So they're like, let's do LS Epoch, let's do Path of Exile, let's do other things. And that's what they're doing. And it looks like Maxroll is now trying to get people to buy into it so they can get an ad-free experience. Because I just got spammed for they think I'm using ad block. I'm not. And then it said, attention ad block user, you can get ad free if you just pay this much to help support us. They're trying to like guilt me into buying their shit, but I'm not using ad block, so they need to fix their shit. The other reason I don't give a shit anymore is because I used to actually be a free member of the site, and then at one point I got banned. And I don't know why. I didn't do anything. And I went and I asked them in the Discord, and they banned me from the Discord. And they've never said why, ever. And I can't talk to them. I can't communicate with them. I can't tell them. And it sucks because they actually do have a good site for resources, and I've always been supportive of the work that they did because I like the people. Sometimes they're a bit sometimes their ego gets to their heads a little bit because it's all just made up of the best gamers from these games. Like some of them are like the best Diablo 3 players ever are basically the people who run it, and then the best Diablo 4 players, and some of the really good well-known streamers from Diablo 2, and some pretty good decent known streamers from Path of Exile. They all come together to run this site, which is this cool information site where you can get a bunch of stuff. And they have a great ton of information on the site. And I like using it. And I just feel really bad because I was like, I support them anyway. So I'm actually trying to use the site right now. I can use it, I just can't log in. So yeah, it feels bad. So if there's any max roll fucking, devs out there who happen to stumble across this, can you tell me why I was banned? Because I'm banned from the Discord and from the site, and I have never had, I've never done anything on the site or the Discord. I don't understand. So, anyway, Insight is level 27. That's all I was looking for. And it sucks because you used to have a character creator on the site where you can kind of like Path of Exile has that Path of Building thing where you can plan out characters. Well, they have a thing like this for Diablo 2 and Diablo 3 and probably Diablo 4, and they even have a Path of Exile one now where you can have like a little character planner and you can save all your stuff. I have years of Diablo 3 builds saved in some character planner that I can't access anymore because I was banned from their site for some reason. Whatever, guys. I think it's weird that they think I'm using adblock too. I don't know, man. I don't use adblock. I don't care. It's not that I'm against using it. I just don't. I don't care enough to deal with all that. So anyway, I think I was going to use the halberd or a partisan if I could, depending on how strong this guy is. He is strength 96, so I don't think I can use the partisan because it's 113, and that's going to take him 7 or 8 more levels to, maybe even 10 more levels to get to that high. So we're going to go ahead and use the halberd, which is still decent. And we're going to make the rune word insight, which is Ral Tier Tal Soul. Tier Tal. Now, normally you couldn't do this at this point because in the online version of the game, because you wouldn't be this high of a level in Act 4. But because we're doing Players 8, you get levels a lot faster. I swear to God, and all my animals are allergic to spring. They're all sneezing, watery eyes. The fuck is that shit? Oh no. Your animals are allergic to fucking spring? That seems a little crazy. Alright, so this is going to do a lot more damage, and it's going to give us the meditation aura, which is going to stack with the prayer aura, which is going to help keep our guys healed and topped off, and it's going to keep our mana ball healed. Not that I really need it that much, but it's also good. It's a very cheap rune word that does a significant amount of damage and also gives them some attributes and some critical strikes and some things. It's a very decent rune word. It's probably the #1 rune word for leveling a mercenary in the game, and you will keep it for a very long time, well into hell mode, until you can afford a couple of other different rune words, depending on what direction you're going. I'm gonna make a hustle rune word, I think, for that guy, because I'm actually gonna get fanaticism aura from hustle, and it's a cheap rune word. And I'm also going to have might, I believe. So I'm gonna, when I get a nightmare merc, when I get a nightmare, I'm gonna take an Act 2 nightmare merc. I'm gonna take might, and then I'm gonna give him hustle, and he's gonna have fanaticism, which is going to spread might and fanaticism to all my skeletons, which is going to make them do more damage. Normally, people go a different route because they use corpse explosion, and I'm trying to not use corpse explosion. That was something else I forgot to mention in the beginning of the video. I'm trying very hard not to use corpse explosion. I haven't put any points in it yet. I don't want to use it. I'm going to try to build this character without using it at all, which is pretty kind of crazy. But I hate that it's the crutch that it is, and this is, so we're giving it a shot. I'm not guaranteeing that we won't eventually have to cave and go to it, but I'm trying really hard not to. Let's see. Something is blooming near us and has them all sneezing. I don't know what it is, but my cat that hangs out on my shoulder has been sneezing. Ew. The dog gets out of bed and has to sneeze like 4 times. Maybe they all got COVID or something. I mean, they can. You remember that whole thing about like cats can get COVID? You never know. Right. All right. I have a I have a cat that has asthma. It's annoying. It sucks for the cat too. Oh, that sucks. So the cat with asthma has to get a shot every couple of months to help deal with it. Uh-oh. They're all starting to get old, huh? You do have quite a zoo. Hephaesto. Wow, everything's just falling into place on this one. We have our dog, our oldest cat, 4 of her babies, plus the other baby still around my mom's. Plus the neighbor cat adopted us. Oh. Double dipping. We got a Rowlrun. It's not horrible. Could have been worse. That's funny. I gotta pay attention to my skellies here. I might hit level 30 before I even hit Diablo. This is crazy. No, I don't think we're gonna be that. I mean, maybe. If we stay on players 8, it's kind of nuts. Of course, it is taking a lot longer without Corpse Explosion, but that is the point. I was considering something. I saw something that was kind of goofy and interesting the other day on a video that somebody made, where they were doing a challenge. It was a Diablo 3 challenge, which is like, who gives a shit about Diablo 3? But it was an interesting Diablo 3 challenge. It was something that even sounds like I might do because it sounds fun. I know, something in Diablo 3 that's fun. I know. It's crazy. So the challenge is beat the campaign without a weapon. Now, in a lot of games, that's actually not too hard, because in a lot of ARPGs, weapons are only for, like, you know, weapon damage, and weapon damage is only for like doing melee shit usually. However, Diablo 3 itemization is so fucked up that all of your damage, whether it's melee or spell or otherwise, with very few exceptions, comes from the damage of your main hand weapon. It's scaled off of the damage from your main hand weapon, even if you're not using it to hit anything. Like, which means that even if you're a fireball casting sorceress, having a massive two-handed sword will still increase the amount of fireball damage that you do by a massive amount versus not having one, which is completely stupid. But that is how Diablo 3 decided to do their itemization, which again is completely stupid and makes no sense. It is what it is. When they tried to dumb the game down, that was part of it. I was like, you're dumbing the game down by making it more nonsensical. That's what they did. So anyway, because of that, finishing the game without a weapon in your hand, doing the campaign, actually does seem like a challenge. I have ideas. I know how it could be done. How he did it was different than how I would do it. And I think I could do it even better than that guy did it, because I have more knowledge of the game. But I thought it was fascinating nonetheless, and we might try that. Here he comes to eat the dry food. That's funny. Oh yeah, you said that. He comes here to eat the dry... Never mind. I already read that. I'm just not realizing that I just read something. Anyway, so the challenge does seem interesting, and I might try that on the stream once. It won't take that long. The campaign's not incredibly long. I might get bored with it though. That's the problem. And I have to figure out how to do it legit, because one of the other problems with Diablo 3 is that all of your shit is linked. All of your stash is completely shared, where this has your own individual stash and then shared stashes. Diablo 3, you only have shared stash tabs. There is no personal stash. So everything you have is shared, which means every character, even if you make a brand new character, is sharing all of the stuff, including the money and the gear that's already there. And so it's really hard to do something like that kind of a challenge without having like all of this stuff already there available for you to use at your whim. And if you don't want to use it, I have to clear out a big chunk of stash. But because there's limited stash space in Diablo 3, now all of a sudden this becomes kind of a headache of, well, how do I deal with that? Right? I'm gonna have to clear out like a stash worth of shit just for this one character. And it's kind of annoying. So I don't know, we'll see. The other issue is that I have to, well, it's not that hard. I just have to not assign the points, but every character also shares Paragon points in Diablo 3, whether it's a brand new made character or not, which is really stupid, by the way. So by default, a brand new character that I make will be significantly more powerful right out of the gate than a normal brand new character from someone who doesn't have characters already leveled up. So again, it's kind of fucks up the challenge, but I think I have an idea. If I'm gonna do that challenge, I think that I would have to do it on a different server, a different realm. Like I can do it on like the Asia server or something, and not assign Paragon points at all. And then, because I still have some people, some characters on Asia, and I have characters on EU. But I don't think they're very... I think I had them there just to fuck around while I was waiting for seasons to drop in the United States. I'll have to look. But I might be able to do it on one of those accounts and then just clear out the whole fucking stash, throw everything away. I don't know. I don't think I can reset my Paragon. I'm just going to have to not use it. Just not assign any Paragon points for the challenge. I think that wouldn't be too bad. And I think that's probably the best way to go, but I don't know how to get rid of. I guess I could spend all the money, just throw it all on the ground or something. Can I even do that? I could just buy a bunch of shit and throw it away. I'm still gonna have a bunch of crafting materials because those automatically bank, so you can't do anything with that. But it's probably as close as I can get to doing the challenge without cheating. And I think that'll be kind of fun. I'm kind of thinking about doing that. The way that I was thinking of doing it is by making a Thorns character. The way they did it before was he was using Blessed Hammer. Because and it was based off of his fist damage. And he was using a bunch of items that added the Blessed Hammer. So basically, unequipped, you still have a fist damage that's very small. So everything he did was based off of this fist damage. Now the interesting thing, and then you can don. There are some items that you can have. There's like amulets and rings, and I think that's it. That will give you plus. That will say like that will have a damage range as one of the modifiers. Like adds 50 to 150 base damage, right? And so if something like that, so if you have a couple of those, and that's what he did, then your base damage starts at something as opposed to nothing, which is better than nothing when you're doing this challenge. However, Thorns is going to do a lot more damage, provided you can get items that have thorns on it. Thorns can be rolled on any secondary item, any item with a secondary stack. The secondary can be rolled to thorns. You can also find thorns on them, and thorns is base damage on those items. Monsters take a set amount of damage from thorns, and if you can have thorns on every piece of gear, but you can't get thorns right away, so you still have to do damage until you get thorns. And I was thinking Shield Bash would work because it does a fist amount of damage, but it's also an attack that uses your shield, and I think it adds a little bit from that or something. I don't remember. I'd have to play around with it a little bit, but you can't. The whole point is not having a weapon equipped, and I think I could get through the game with thorns and the shield bash thing. Because thorns can actually go up pretty high. You can actually get like a really high thorns number. I just have to see what level it kicks in. If it's way too high, it's not going to work. There's also a unique piece of armor in Diablo 3 that does thorns damage based off of, it does thorns damage equal to 300% your vitality number, which is pretty insane. So that would also do that. And what thorns does is when a monster hits you, they take damage. And in Diablo 3 in the campaign, as long as you're not on like torment mode, you basically can't die. You kind of can. If you have it on normal on the very first setting, I don't think it's possible for you to die at all. Even if you stand there and naked and let a monster beat the shit out of you, it might take you 5 minutes to die. I don't know. It's really hard to die in normal mode. On the second setting, I believe there's a little bit of a chance, but it makes the monsters harder. So we'll just have to play with that when it comes, and we'll see what settings work. But I think I want to do that challenge. I think it'll be fun just to do it like as a one-off. The downside, of course, is, well, it's Diablo 3. So I don't know. We'll see. But it is just the story. It's just the quest. So you won't. It's not like getting to level 70 or anything. We'll probably finish somewhere around level 48 to 50, maybe 48 to 55 ish, maybe 60 if we really like take our sweet ass time. I don't know. So we'll see. But I was considering doing that one of these days, just to goof around. I think it'll make for like a fun little stream. The bigger news is that PoE shit is coming like next week. They're gonna make the big announcements. So I'm probably gonna cover that on Thursday. I think it's Thursday. Where they do the whole reveal and then they have the big, like, it'll be one of those reveal streams that I do. I usually do it every league. I don't know if I did it this league or not. But it's like, we're gonna watch their stream and react to it live and talk about the things and then go through the patch notes, as long as they're not too long. Sometimes they have patch notes that are like 100 pages or something, and you're just like, good God. I'm not reading through all that shit. Like the one, actually, yeah, it was, what was it? Even the last patch was pretty huge. The last season's patch notes was pretty massive. But there was actually one before that that was even bigger. It was, what was it? Where they changed like every single fucking skill. Like a little bit. It was so huge, dude. Anyway. So we're gonna do that on Thursday, I think. And then I want to play some more Blood Bowl 2. We have to keep going with our Necromancer campaign. With our Wolfuses. Yeah. And then I was just going to mention, I was thinking about doing some City of Heroes too. Maybe. Give Jose Jalapeno a day. There's a new patch. I actually checked it out last night. Maybe it was today. I don't remember. I like fired it up, downloaded the new patch, and then like logged in for a couple minutes. Well, I will say, while this is taking longer with without corpse explosion, it's not bad. Still getting the job done. There's hope. It's just taking, like, I'm not in a big hurry, so it doesn't matter, but if I was in a hurry, I'd be annoyed. If I had like if I only had like, you know, you can only play the game for an hour today, like I would be like, fuck that. Give me CE. But I am, out of all the things, I'm most excited for the Path of Exile stuff because the league is going to be called Necropolis. Now the trailer, truth be told, I thought was kind of cheesy. I was excited for what it is. It's going to be, you know, it looks like it's going to be a minion league. Just amazing. You know, like zombies and shit. Hell yeah, right? Even Katrina's in it and stuff. So, fuck yeah. She's a necromancer. So, you know, it could be pretty good. But I did think it was a little, they have that like monster, like that cheesy fake, like that extra cheesy fake spooky voice doing the narration, and I thought it was kind of dumb with like the fake laugh, like the like, you know, and the, I don't know, it was like it just seemed like really cheesy almost. It was like overdone on purpose. And Pee-wee's usually pretty good about like laying off of the cheese, but it was pretty cheesy. So I don't know if that's like they're just being goofy and it's gonna be like just this goofy fucking update, which is cool too, or I don't know what's going on with it really, or they just maybe didn't, they just, I don't know, dropped the ball on the actors this one time or something. I don't know. I just hope that the league is really good because it looks really good, and there's supposed to be a ton of quality of life changes that they're adding with the patch. They've already announced a bunch of them. They're doing a lot of things to reduce the amount of clicking you have to do in the game, which is really good because PoE is one of the worst games for RSI issues. It's insane how many times you have to click to do shit, and it's really bad. And they started doing things instead of making it less fucking slot machine like so you didn't have to do all of these things. What they're doing is they're reducing the amount of clicks that you physically have to make, but you still have to fucking go through the fucking motions, which is dumb. Right? Like, so one of the examples is when you make items in the game, when you put skills in Path of Exile, one of the things is that your skills are gems. They're not actual skills, right? There's a passive skill tree which buffs the skills that you have, but the actual skills themselves are gems. So the way that works is if you put a gem, a skill gem in a socketed item, well, the socketed item may have, you know, 1 to 6 sockets depending on what item it is. And if it has like more than a couple different sockets, if you put a gem in an item, you can put up to 5 support gems in that same item, and as long as these things, the sockets are linked together, all of those support gems will support that skill. So support gems are kind of like in Diablo 3 they had what they called runes, which are different completely than Diablo 2 runes, but in Diablo 3 they have a skill that you can take, and then they have 5 different options, different flavors of the skill once you get to a certain level to pick from. So you can take like Meteor, for example, as a sorceress, as one of the skills, or Comet, I think it's called. And then, but you can pick like, oh, well, I want a cold one, and then you take the cold rune, or I want a fire one, you take the fire one, or I want the one that does arcane damage, but then like also turns into meteors or something, right? So they have like things like that in Diablo 3, and those are how skills become more than themselves, and you basically enhance your skills that way. You don't really, I mean, you level up and you pick which one you want, right? Well, in Path of Exile they have kind of the same idea, but it's way more advanced. So you put your skill gem in your item, and there's like a couple hundred different support gems depending on what the hell it is that will work with it. Like, it may not be a couple hundred, but like there's a shit ton of support gems, and a lot of them work with a lot of things. Sometimes you can only get like 4 or 5 that will work with your skill, but some skills will have like many dozens of support gems that will specifically help that, because they're generic support gems. And what the support gem skills do is, like, let's say I take zombies, my skill will raise a zombie, but then I can take a support gem that allows those zombies to do fire damage, and then I can do one that allows the fire damage from the zombies to cause immolation, or something like that, or like what's the word I'm looking for? I can't remember. It's in PoE. It's the same thing as immolate, and I can't think of what the fuck it's called. Anyway, stuff like that, right? Or I can, but then I can also add one that allows him to do poison, so he can do poison and fire, because I can do up to 6, and as long as they're linked, he'll do it. One of them like will add minion life, so the zombie will also have more life while he's doing fire damage that immolates and does poison damage. And then I can have like a speed thing, so he can move faster or whatever. Like, you can just keep doing this. There's even one called Phantasm, where when the zombie hits something, it will actually spawn another summon, which is a spirit that will also attack the thing, right? Like, there's crazy shit you can do in PoE with these support gems. So this is we're still getting to the quality of life thing I'm talking about, but I had to give the pretext to why it's important. So so you have these support gems, and they work because the sockets are linked. So one of the things that you do, if you can find a 6 linked, 6 socketed item, it's usually armor or sometimes a 2-handed weapon. Those are the 2 options for 6 socketed items. And it's a big deal. It's good, and it's not a big deal eventually, but like at first it is. It's still pretty hard to get one when you first make a character, right? You still have to, your first kind of main goal in your new character's life is to get that 6 link. Once you got your 6 link, then you're kind of like, you're out of the weeds, and you can kind of start doing things, like, because the 6 link is the thing that's going to allow you to maximize your skill potential, because you can do all of the things that you want to do with your planned build. So that's why those are important. So one of the quality of life upgrades, well, okay, so in order to do that, you have to use these things called skill links. I don't remember what they're not called skill links. They're orbs. They're jeweler's orbs, or what's the other one? No, it's they're links, but I don't remember the name of them. Anyway, they link the sockets together. And what you do is if you can get an item, you can use, actually jeweler's orbs are what makes the fucking holes in the sockets in the item. So you can use jeweler's orbs to get up to 6 sockets in the item. And once you get to 6 sockets, you need to link them. So then you use the link orb, and each time you click the link orb on an item, it's going to randomly socket them between 1 and the maximum number of sockets that you have. You can either get no socket or 6. The odds for actually landing a 6-link item, however, from this method are insanely stupid. It's 1 in 1,500. We know this because not only is that the data that's been mined, but there's actually a crafting recipe that you can get in the game on your crafting bench, and if you spend 1,500 of these orbs, it will automatically 6-link your item. But you have to spend 1,500 of them, and you usually, when you find them, if you're lucky, you'll find 1 or 2 at a time. You can convert items to get them. You can find more than that eventually when you do a lot of farming. You can trade for them. Sometimes you get lucky and you'll find like 300 of them because you'll hit like this really crazy monster that drops a whole bunch of fucking currency. So there are ways to get them. Like, you know, it's not the end of the world. But it is kind of difficult. So one of the problems is if you actually don't have the 1,500, you still want to try to link them. You still have 1 in 1,500 chance, which means it could happen the very first time you click the thing with the very first orb, or it could happen the 5th time, or it could happen, you know, the 2,000th time, like, you know, because that's how odds work. You're not going to hit it in 1,500 tries. You have a 1 in 1,500 chance, which means, you know, you could hit it in, you know, your first try, or it could take 10,000 tries and you're just unlucky, right? That's how crafting is with most of the game, unfortunately, and that's one of the big downsides to PoE that piss me off, is that the gambling is a little bit crazy on some of that shit, and I think they need some mercy rolls or something, because 1,500 is just insane. Now, PoE 2 promised to fix that, and that's a whole nother issue that I have to complain about, because they originally were going to fix it when PoE 1 was going to turn into PoE 2, but now PoE 1 isn't going to turn PoE 2. PoE 2 is going to be a separate game, and because that, they're not going to fix it in PoE 1. They're just going to fix it in PoE 2. And I wish that they would bring the PoE 2 system into PoE 1 so we wouldn't have to deal with this bullshit anymore in PoE 1, because I don't like a lot of the changes they're making to PoE 2, and I'm not sure that I'm going to be playing it, because I'm not sure that I'm going to like it as much. It's kind of dumbed down a lot from the original game. So, in that regard, so I'm getting ahead of myself. The whole point was the quality of life updates. So, one of the major quality of life things they're doing this week, or with the new patch, is that when you use these gems, you don't have to click 1,500 fucking times. You can hold control and click once and hold the mouse button, and it will continue to spam link them until you max out or run out of fucking orbs, which is more the likely. You are more likely to run out of orbs than maxing out by a significant amount. So, I mean, you know, you're like, well, that's cool, right? I like that they're putting quality of life updates in there because they want to save people's hands. But the real issue is, well, that wouldn't be a problem if you just fixed the issue in the first place, like you promised to, like years ago. And of course, the issue was, well, we don't want to fucking spend 1,500 orbs to get a goddamn 6-link item. And they completely reworked the socketing system. And the socketing system was, before they decided to only put it into PoE 2, the socketing system was going to have it's only in PoE 2, but it's a thing where you each gem has its own sockets. Instead of the item having the sockets, the gems itself have the sockets. So the gems can be socketed. And you don't have to deal with the color bullshit. There's like a whole another issue with like getting the colors right when you're doing the sockets, because the colors have to match the gems that you're putting in there. And rolling the colors isn't as easy as you'd think, because the colors roll based on the base item type that it is. So if it's like an intelligence based item, then the colors are going to most likely be blue. If they're dexterity based, they're most likely going to be green, and if they're strength based, they're most likely going to be red, which creates a problem if you're trying to put a blue skill in a red armor. You're kind of fucked, and it's really, really, really crazy odds to actually roll with certain orbs to get the colors correct for the amount of sockets that you want. And it just becomes a real big pain in the ass. And all of that's supposed to be fixed in PoE 2. But before, what was going to happen was PoE 1 was going to turn into PoE 2. So the proposed fix was going to happen because PoE 1 was going to be PoE 2. But now that PoE 1 isn't going to be PoE 2, the fix isn't going to happen. So now what happens? Well, us schlub PoE 1 players get fucked because it's never going to be fixed. And it kind of pisses me off. It's actually a major complaint that I've had with this game. Why did I not pop a seal? Okay, where's fucking Diablo? Did I actually not pop this last seal back here? Oh my god, dude. What is my pride? I think that's the first time I've ever not popped that seal. What the fuck is going on with me? Alright, anyway. That's weird. So, that's one of the crazy quality of life upgrades they're going to make. And again, it's cool that they're making that quality of life upgrade. It just sucks that they have to do it because they're not actually going to fix the fucking game in the first place. Right? Like they're doing that as opposed to implementing the change that we actually just fucking want them to make. And that's very disappointing. Oh shit. I hope we got a players 1 Diablo. Cause he just spawned, but I think I got it in time. Otherwise we're fucked. Where is he? Nope. We're fucked. I think we got a players 8 Diablo. We might have to reset. We'll see. Or we'll just have to spam Gumby a lot. So what we're doing is we're casting Iron Maiden, and then we're giving Diablo something to hit. And whenever he hits something with a melee attack, the Iron Maiden damages him for a percentage of how much he's attacking for. So that's why we keep rezzing our clay golem. Now, had I remembered to set this to players 1 early enough, this probably would be done already. But I fucked up. And now I'm out of mana, so I have a little bit. Alright, let's go get some mana. Well, that was dumb. Like it switched, but I think I switched too late. Which means I probably fucked my drop up too. Because now we're probably going to fight him on player's 8 for a player's 1 drop. Just really stupid. We'll go ahead and res Wahid while we're at it. It's not going to help, but... It's a bad place for a portal. I mean, he's getting there. It's just going to take a little while. Hate when he uses his lightning shit, because it doesn't do anything. It wastes my time. Because that doesn't do any thorns damage. There we go. Damn it. Now, when we go do Bale, it's going to be totally different because we're not going to use the Thorns trick on Bale. What we're actually going to do is we're going to use the Decrepify trick on Bale. And what that's going to do is slow Bale down so much that he actually can't do anything. Ow! Fuck off, Diablo. What the fuck? Anyway. We're going to use the, we'll use the Decrepify trick on him. And what that is when you cast Decrepify, it slows him down significantly. And when the Clay Golem hits him, it stacks with the Decrepify, and then he ends up just completely almost freezing. And he can't do anything. And then the skeletons just kind of whittle him down to nothing. It works on Diablo as well, but not as good because Diablo and has this AoE attack that vaporizes most of the skeletons. So you have to keep like doing it over and over, which is why this one works better. Because if you're gonna do something over and over, this is like the easiest way to do that. Whereas Bale, it doesn't, you know, Bale doesn't have the same types of attacks. There he goes. And Diablo's dead. And now it's on the Bale. Well, it's on to Act 5. And we found Kindmill's Owl. Or All. +6 to Holy Fire for a Paladin. It's an old shitty weapon. What do you do? Oh, he's attacking the bone prison around the portal. Well, that's okay. Just make a new portal. Anyway, let's get congratulated. Let's res our merc. The World Stone. And this is actually where the expansion pack starts. It was. Well, because we killed Diablo, right? And in the original game, that was the end of the game. And you talk to Tyrion and he says, "Praise be to the light, you have accomplished the impossible, hero," and all this shit. And then it's over. And then like when the Lord of Destruction expansion came on, then you get the red portal, and then you go in and you do the whole Bale thing. And Kane is in here somewhere. I don't know why he's behind the portal. There he is. There you go. And we go into this. We've already seen these cutscenes before. It's the whole Bale cutscene. And we're now in Heragrath. Excuse me. There you go. I'm actually going to sell this because it's useless. Just throwing it out there. Absolutely no need for that whatsoever. Even though it's a unique item, it's a bad one. That's not going to help us a whole lot, but I'm not doing anything else with the slot for the moment, so that's fine. We'll keep it. And we will put this somewhere for now. Look at that money. I'm going to take some of this money and put it over here, so that if we happen to die, we don't lose it all, like a bunch of it. Because it's in the shared. This is a little tip for the people playing a little stash manipulation. Keep some cash on you, but keep some in your shared stash. Your shared stash money can't go away, but your normal stash money can. If you die, you lose money as part of a death penalty. Rhyme is on deck. I'm gonna take this because it's a +2 skeleton, but it also has resist, cannot be frozen. It's a it's shale F, right? It's like no big deal. It's a super easy rune word, but I had one in a preserved head that was +2 skeleton that was waiting, so we're gonna go ahead and do it. It's gonna replace our +1 that we get from Saigons. Now we're gonna lose a little bit of defense as the Saigons thing. We're gonna lose the 10% life stolen per hit, but we're not getting any life stolen per hit because we're not melee, so it doesn't matter. But what we're gonna get is more mana regen that we don't need, but we're gonna get 25 to all resistances and an extra plus to our raised skeletons, which is better than poking an and sharp stick, and cannot be frozen, and 25% better magic find, so that's good. So there we go, and then we can put Saigons back in here, and then if I find a decent plated belt, which we can actually gamble for now, then we can just completely dump Saigons altogether because we're using the belt right now. Now this is for a spirit shield, or a spirit weapon, which we could probably also make. Now that I think about it, because I think we're level 29, aren't we? We have to be level 29. We are level 30. Okay, so actually we can do this. Cool. Oops, wrong button. I thought I was in the other. I don't remember what button zooms on this game. Shit. F. Okay. There. I meant to hit. I thought I was on my browser. There we go. Because I was gonna look for spirit. Which is Tal Full or Am. Level 25. Okay, so we're going to go ahead and switch to our Spirit Sword. That's going to give us level 25. It's level 25 and we are more than 25. So this is going to be, yeah, Tal. Full. Or and an Amrune. And we have an Amrune in here somewhere. Haven't played this game in a while. Forgot what it looks like. Oh, they have like 1,000 of them up here. Okay. I need to start converting some of these. Anyway, yeah. Tal, Full, Ort, Am. Tal, Full, Ort, Am. Double checking. You always want to double check your rune words because if you do them wrong, you're fucked. And it's usually harder to get the base item that you're putting them in than the actual fucking runes themselves. So you ruin the base item. You have to use more runes to clean out the base item. It's a pain in the ass. All right. Tal, full, or am. Tal, full, or am. Tal, full, or am. We now have Spirit, which is +2 to all skills, which is not as good as the +3 raised skeleton, but we're getting +1 raised skeleton from the Rhyme Shield. However, we're also getting a shit ton of life, which is really huge, and it's worth it. And we're getting some mana, but I don't really need the mana. The big thing that I like is the +22 vitality, as well as the +2 consistent +2 skills, which is pretty good. So we're going to go ahead and do that. So it's not going to change. Swapping from Saigon's shield and this to this is the same +4 skills as it was. So we're not gonna, nothing's gonna change in that regard. But it is a lesser amount of pluses than this. But the benefits are better because I said I get +22 vitality, which is a lot more. It's like 50 or 60 more life, which is nice. And you know, it's a thing. Teleport staff. Plus, we could have done this too. If I really want to, we could switch to Gravespine, but which is also a +2 Necro skill. But this gives us more life. This is still better than Gravespine. Graven Spine. Mage Fists is only for fire skills. We don't have fire skills, so that's pointless. It has the mana regen, but we don't need it. We have Insight already, and we just don't need mana regen with this guy. Just not an issue. Yeah, that should be the upgrades that we're doing. And then let's go talk to, I guess, Neilthalk at this point, which is weird because I usually avoid him completely. We're gonna see if he has a plated belt that maybe we can gamble for. That's better than this, because this is just +20 to life. Right? And this isn't that big a deal because it's just Saigon's by itself. Whereas here I can get lucky and gamble something like, I don't know, with more mods on it. I have to go get more money. Go get some more money. Oh shit, I just missed the plated belt again. I overrolled it. There we go. Driving a hard bargain, man. I'm like, let's just get something better than Saigon's. That should be easy, right? Not today. Jesus. Can't give me a rare bale to save my... Oh, there's one. Really? That's it? +6 lightning? Come on, man. This is some bullshit. I'm gonna file a complaint. That's at least decent. Like, that's a start, you know? But it's blue. Come on. Sometimes you just don't get lucky. I usually don't go through this many without getting a rare, though. That's insane. Like, what the fuck? Wow, that sucks. Alright. I feel robbed, dude. Neilthal fucking robbed me, man. There goes our little pension. It just blew through that in about 4 seconds. Alright. Well, fuck it. Let's get the question. So we're helping the barbarians out. Fighting off the siege that's trying to storm the city. We're fighting the invaders back. Now, one of the things that's kind of cool sometimes you'll notice is the barbarians will follow you around a little bit as long as they don't die. And they'll kind of help out the ones that you're helping with. They're not your followers, they're not your mercs, but they will kind of follow you around as you save them, as you see, like as you kill stuff. If they're around you and they have something to attack, they'll keep going. See, so now we have those two. You can actually buy barbarian mercenaries too. Like if I want to swap out Wahid here for a barbarian, I could. And in some cases, that's the play, but not with the summon necro, unless you're doing some very specific thing. Because we're benefiting from the fact that he has an aura, although he hasn't turned it on yet. I don't know why. You turn your fucking aura on there, Wahid? He has the aura from the weapon, but he hasn't turned his actual prayer aura on yet. I think he has to take damage first. I don't remember. Something triggers the aura. Eventually it'll turn on. You see, like, we're getting one already because the weapon that he has automatically gives him one. But he has a skill, and that skill is that he has another aura. So you basically both auras stack when you use a weapon with an aura and his own aura. And that's how we're going to get, like, a lot better later on. Because we're going to take... There, now he turned it on. So now we got the blue one and the little misty one. Because later on, he's going to give us an aura called Might, which is going to add a lot of damage to my summons. And then we're going to give him a weapon, a rune word called Hustle, which is going to add fanaticism to my minions as well. Now there's other options. There's one where you can get a conviction aura, but I don't have the runes for that. And like, if we're really lucky, maybe we'll find them. Actually, concentration is the one I'm thinking of. There's one that does a concentration aura. So he could have might and concentration. And then at that point, I can take a hustle or beast rune word as a weapon. And then that would actually give us 3 damaging auras for my skeletons. But that would sacrifice some raw plus skills that I have, which would mean I would get less skeletons that wouldn't do as much damage. So it's not worth doing all that. The hustle rune word is, for sure. And then eventually, I'm trying to remember what the end game rune word is for this guy. It's pretty cool. Let me see. Well, yeah, Reaper's Toll would be good on a summon druid. I was thinking Reaper's Toll, but that wouldn't be good on a necro because that would negate your curses. But it's good on a druid because a druid doesn't have curses. Where's the thing at? Okay. Infinity. That's the one that they recommend. Oh yeah, so it gives the conviction aura. But it also gives crushing blow. However, Infinity requires 2 bear runes, and that's insane to get one. So I'm probably going with Hustle because it's cheaper, and that is 3-socketed anything. And the highest rune word is Ko, and we have Ko rune already. So, like, we could actually make Hustle. But you have to be level 39. So, Shale Ko Eld in a polearm. Oh, wait, what? Why does this say ladder only? Oh, can be created in single player. Yeah, I know that. What the fuck? Oh, I see what they're doing. Never mind. Okay, anyway, yeah. So, Shale Ko Eld. Once we hit level 36. And that's gonna give our minions fanaticism aura, which is gonna make them move faster and do damage. And then our mercenary is also gonna have a might aura that stacks with it that's also gonna do even more damage for everybody. And it's just a good time all around. Now, Hustle as a rune word doesn't do a lot of. It does 200% enhanced damage, which is good, but it doesn't do a lot of other things for our mercenary. Whereas the other ones give them crushing blow and all that kind of shit. But considering that we don't have 2 bear runes, and most people who play Diablo 2 on a semi-consistent level, but maybe not like super, not for like, thousands of runs a day or whatever, right? Like, probably don't have very easy access to bear runes unless using like D2 JSP or something. I don't play with that shit, so I don't care. So for the normal people who wanna play a summon necro, who look at the guides and only wish that they could actually have any of the items in the guides, because the guides are like, oh, all you need's an enigma. All you need, like, so you only need 13 bear runes. Like, oh, is that all? Like shit you're never gonna get, right? So this is the way to do it when you don't have that kind of shit. It's called realistic expectations. Now everybody could get a Ko rune at some point without too much trouble in the game. You might have to farm, you may not get it right away, you may not get it through first playthrough. You may have to farm a couple of areas a couple of times, get some runes. It happens. But you don't have to do thousands of runs to get a Ko rune. You could probably get one in, a reasonable amount of time. You'll probably get one at one of the Hellforge quests. You might get one from Nightmare or Hell Mode Countess. You can run Lower Karast in Hell Mode a couple of times. You'll probably get it there. You could get one from cows. You can get up, you know, they're mid runes, but they're like pretty common mid runes. And that's the highest rune you need for this rune word. And it's a pretty good fucking rune word, and it does the things you need it to do. It for a summon necro, it's not bad at all. So I recommend that. As far as armor goes, I recommend using bone or using Skin of the Viper Mage is really good as well because of the resists. But if you need skills over resist, then go with the bone armor. It's a +2 necro armor. Again, you don't see anybody telling you these things in the guides because they're like, use Enigma. Yeah, but no, but like I said, good luck with Enigma. So I think it's called bone. I could be wrong. Bone, yeah, bone, there it is. So bone, chance to cast level 10 bone armor when you're struck, which is pretty nice actually, because it just keeps your bone armor up all the time. And then chance to cast bone spear on striking, but you're never striking, so it doesn't matter. But the big thing is it gives you +2 to necromancer skills and +30 to all resists. In fact, I think this is better than Viper Mage. The only thing that makes Viper Mage better is that you can put a socket in Viper Mage and put a gem, a topaz in there and have some magic find. But I think this is better because it's +2 and it's 30%. Now this requires 2 runes. Runes aren't the hardest things in the world to get, but they're doable. So soul and you have yourself a really good +2 armor that gives you +30 to all resists, and it has a little bit of damage reduction on it. I mean, you can't go wrong, and it gives you free bone armor procs. It's like a win-win. Like, I really, you know, I don't know why a lot of these guides don't recommend more reasonable things that I see. They're all like, this is the meta absolute perfect guide where you're either trading everything all the time, or, you know, you're playing at pro levels of the game so that you can get these items. And even then, those guys aren't getting that much. They're trading for most of their items, or they're having chat give them to them, or they're trading them with chat, right? They have a bigger pool of resources than you ever will. And the only other way is to people end up doing things like getting disgusted because they can't reach these meta guides, and it makes them feel bad that they can't do it. So then they go to like hero editors, and then they cheat, and then they don't want to play the game anymore because they already got the best item that they could possibly get in the first place, and they just, like, you know, typed in a couple they just downloaded something and got it, and like, that feels bad, you know. So we need a set of guides for realistic people, you know. All they have on these sites is like the starter guide, which is like the most noob gear you could find, and then, like, you know, or the most extreme gear. There's no like spirit shield, bone, Shaco, or you know, maybe a lore helm. If you can't get the Shaco, that's fine, or whatever, you know. And Dariel's Visage would be nice, but you don't have to get it. Like, there's a lot of alternatives to the helmets that you can get, you know, like using hustle on your merc, right? That's not a bad idea, because you're probably not going to get fucking infinity, you know. It's just like, why would you, like, I don't understand the guides that have these things where you have to win the fucking lottery to play them. It's just dumb. It's like, this isn't like Diablo 3. And I think that's part of the problem, is the people who write a lot of these guides now were so used to Diablo 3 that they just kind of expect that eventually you'll find these things, but you won't, because Diablo 2 actually is a real game that has like challenges. It's like, you know, you're not expected to find all the crazy items in the game because it has a good fucking itemization, and it's not super power creep, right? You know, where Diablo 3, you can make guides with meta gear because you will find that shit in like a couple days. You know, like no matter what, because there's so much crazy shit that drops in that game. Like you just can't not find, and there's nothing that's really all that good. But you're going to find the items you need for your character, because the items that fall, 90% of the items that fall are only items that are very specifically designed for their character. They're items that require your character type to use. So they're character specific items that drop in that game. Whereas this game is more reasonable. It's like anything drops. It doesn't matter what character you are. Sometimes you can find character specific items. Sometimes you'll find character specific items for other characters. And it's just the way it is. It's totally fine. You know. But anyway, I don't want to get off on that tangent, but yeah, it's so the build guides, so the guys who make a lot of these build guides are so used to Diablo 3, where you will get everything in the game that you need to make a meta build. So it's really kind of a no-brainer. But they're making and I knew this was going to happen as soon as D2R came out. I was like, oh, they're going to make D2R guides again. But they're not going to make them the way that they used to be made. The way people used to make Diablo 2 guides was they would be like, they were a lot bigger, because they would list all of the options of what you could expect to get, what would be the absolute maximum gear that you could get if money was no object, if you had, you know, a hero editor kind of thing, right? And then like, this is what you should expect to get, and this is what you should aim for, and this is like, and there would be different ways to build based off of the different types of things that you got. And the guides were better that way. They were more open. They were more free to interpretation. They're like, well, here's the different options of things that you can take. You could take this, or maybe that, or maybe that, and you know, that's reasonable. Or maybe this, you could expect to do this, and if you get this, use this skill, and if you get that, use this skill. You know. And because the game's chill, man. You don't need meta stuff in order to beat the game in the first place, which is also another reason why I knew those guides were going to be insane, and people reading them were going to just expect Diablo 2 to be that way, even though they don't know that it isn't. A lot of people own this game and play it and have bought it since Resurrected came out. They hadn't played it until like Diablo 3. Like they hadn't played it until after Diablo 3. So they don't even realize a lot of times that you don't need to have all these crazy things to beat this game. You could beat this game naked with some characters. Like you could actually beat the game naked with the Necro. With this character. It's difficult. It's not impossible. You know. You can beat the game with almost any skill in the entire game, and it's not a problem. It's just a matter of how difficult is it to do it. Can you farm things in the game with those characters? No. You know, can you have a lot of fun with any skill in the game? Probably not. But you can have a lot of fun with most of the skills in the game. And you can make builds around those skills, and they don't have to be meta builds. But everybody got into this like meta mindset where everything has to be the most fucking efficient thing possible to do the thing so that it's the thing. And like, you just take the fun out of the game, man. Just dumb. Like, power creep's cool, but like, you know, expecting you have to play into it, well, you don't have to do that in this game. And I think if more people knew that they didn't have to play the power creep in the game, it would be a much better game. Yeah, you're out. All right, dude. Take care, Tiffy. I hope you have a wonderful sleep. Dream of tacos. And I'll probably see you tomorrow at some point. Peace out, dude. Alright, so we finished the quest. Oh, I didn't even tell you guys what the quest was. So we had to go do Shank, and we did that quest already, and then we had to go save the barbarians from being imprisoned, and we did that quest too. And we're going to turn them both in once we get the waypoint. We're just going to keep going until we get to the next waypoint, which is going to be whatever the fuck is after the Frigid Highlands. I don't remember. The Ariat Plateau or something like that. I think that's what it's called. And if we don't get the waypoint, it's not the end of the world either, but I'd like to. If we get to the icy fucking cavern or whatever the fuck it's called, then we'll just use the portal and turn everything in. Because sometimes the waypoint isn't very accessible. Between here and the next map. Once we get up in here. Yeah, the Ariat Plateau. Alright. Sometimes it's like right there. You know? Sometimes it's in the middle, sometimes it's in the end. Sometimes it's off the beaten path so far that it's not even worth getting. Alright, we should stop for a minute because we are level 31. And I forgot we can take revives soon. I still wanted to buff the skeletons though. That is 20. So, okay, we hit our max skeletons. We hit our base 20. We don't really need the revives. It'd be nice to have them, but it's not a big deal yet. I think I'm gonna hold off. I think we're just gonna pump skeleton mastery next because what we really want is we want our skeletons to survive as long as they can while we're fighting Bale. Even though we're gonna lock Bale down, the stronger they are, the better, the quicker he's gonna fall. Alright. I'm still kind of looking for the waypoint while we're doing this. Alright. Sorry, I got quiet for a minute. I spaced out. I keep forgetting him. Sometimes I forget that I'm streaming and I'm just playing the game. And I'm like, oh yeah. Dead air. Uh-oh. Let's pin myself in over there. Oh yeah, I forgot I have a teleport staff. I keep forgetting I have a teleport staff. I don't need it. I just, like, I mean, I will. But I just kind of forgot about that. When I got stuck, I'm like, shit, how am I going to get out of that? I'm like, oh yeah, I have a teleport staff. So if, you know, if he ends up fucking me up, I can just teleport out. Durr. So you can see where I'm almost at the end of the map. And we haven't found the waypoint yet. Because sometimes it's just off the beaten path. It might be over here, so we're going to check. But basically, here's the end of the map. The crystal thing. And what Thrush Socket is over here, unless we just killed him already. Where is Thrush Socket? Did we just kill him? Did I not even pay attention and we already killed him? That's weird. I guess we just killed Thrush Socket. I didn't even see him. I'm just looking to see if that waypoint's over here somewhere. Nope. Oh, there he is. Alright. So, we don't have the waypoint. I'm not going to go looking for it, but I am going to go back to town before we go in the crystal cave thingy. Because we have quests to turn in. And I'd rather do that now than later. We get some free gems from Qualcheck for rescuing the barbarians. Anyway, we rescued as many, gives us some charms. And then the other really big important quest is Larzik. When you kill Shank, he gives you a socket quest where you can actually add a socket to an item. Which if you do it right, and I fuck it up a lot. But if you do it right and you plan it right and you get the right item level item in there and shit, you can use it to get like the amount of socketed items that you need, right? You just have to plan it. You have to know the item level of because some items have certain sockets based on the item level. Like, it could be different than what you think it is, and then you get the wrong socket. It'll do like max sockets, but sometimes it doesn't, and then you're all fuck, and then you have to like resocket shit. And there's like cube recipes. It's kind of a pain in the ass. But if you do it right, if you know that you got this item in a very specific space, and then you give it to him, he will give you the right amount of sockets for that item. And that's why his quest is really good. Or let's say I find Skin of the Viper Mage and I want to put a fucking topaz in it. I just go here, add sockets, boom. Or if I find Shaco, I want to put a socket in it. I put Shaco in there, boom, now my Shaco has a socket. And that's the dream right there. It's the only way to socket unique items, I'm pretty sure. So you kind of want to hang on to it. Because you can socket, I think you can socket normal items through crafting recipes without using Larzik. But it's better to just kind of find the thing. Usually not too bad, depending on what it is. Anyway. Right, so we got our quests done. What do we have to do? Okay, now we have to go, so our next quest, which I kind of glossed over, is Prison of Ice. And basically what it is Mala's disappeared, and we don't know what happened to her, but she's somehow in. We know that she's in the crystal cave or something. I don't know how. I don't remember how we know, but we do, and then we go and we find her in the crystal cave and we rescue her, and then she's grateful that we rescued her, and then she gives us some shit, and then Neothalk disappears, but when he disappears, he opens a portal into his temple, and then that allows us to farm Pendleskin and Hell mode, and Neothalk for Uber stuff for the little fucking keys. Yeah. All right. What time is it? Let's get going. I might, you know what? I'm going to take a tiny break. I'll be back in a couple seconds. Well, maybe not a couple seconds, maybe like a minute. I have to take care of something. It'll be quick.
That you like, light up a lucky strike.
Relax.
It's light up time.
The first cigarette of the day. Man, how good that tastes. And if it's a Lucky, it tastes even better. You know, Luckies can be depended on for better taste because they're made of fine, naturally good-tasting tobacco. Tobacco that's toasted to taste even better. Yes, it's toasted to taste better. Cleaner, fresher, smoother. So next time you get cigarettes, get better tasting Lucky Strike.
For the taste that you like, light up a lucky strike.
Right now.
Light up a lucky. It's light up time.
Just 3 short minutes is all that it takes. Just 3 short minutes is all that it takes. 3 short minutes is all that it takes to serve a hungry family. Yes, just 3 short minutes is all that it takes to serve a hearty breakfast, lunch, or supper with Swift's Premium Brown and Serve sausage. This is Fran Allison reminding you that food comes first and meat makes the meal. And with Swift's Premium Brown and Serve sausage, you can make such a hearty meal in 3 minutes flat. And now everyone's favorite hurry-up sausage comes in 2 brand new packages. Regular 8-ounce size and bigger 12-ounce family size. 2 brand new packages, new shape, new design. And remember, 3 short minutes is all that it takes to serve a hungry family. With Swift's Premium Brown and Serve sausage from Swift to serve your family better.
Here's Snap, Crackle, and Pop. They come your way from Planet K. K for Kellogg's. They fly the saucers in glittering skies to bring you a breakfast surprise. Rice Krispies. They snap, they crackle, they pop. Try Rice Krispies today for energy. Boy, they're for me. Let's have a race from outer space with oven-roasted, tumble-toasted, golden bits of rice. They're great. Tumble-toasted, see what we mean. Kellogg's Rice Krispies are on the beam. Rice Krispies aglow. So man, the saucers, come on, let's go. Rice Krispies in the bowl, great with fruit, Rudy-doo-doot, sugar and cream. You've made the team of Snap, Crackle, and Pop. Sure go for more to your grocery store for Kellogg's Good Rice Krispies. They snap, crackle, and pop.
Isn't it time? Time you bought the whole family fresh, clean, new prophylactic toothbrushes. Prophylactic, of course. This world-famous line includes a style, size, and texture for every taste and need. The Pro Tufted, for example, with it.
And we're back. Anyway, sorry about that. I had to take care of some stuff you don't want to hear about. So, that's done. Where were we? Oh, yes. Saving Anya. Alright, so we're gonna look for the waypoint. Even if we find the little passage to the cave, we're not gonna go in it. We're gonna find the waypoint first. Because if something happens, we can always go back. Without having to... Well, you know, it's a waypoint. What can I say? It's a good thing to have. And they're usually at the extreme ends. Alright, so that's the glacial trail, so we know that's there. So at each end you have something. You have that one was the entrance, that one is the exit. Over here somewhere on this side is going to be the waypoint on the upper on the eastern side is either going to be the waypoint or the crystal cave, and on the western side is going to be either the waypoint or the crystal cave. So they put them at the extremes in the maps. It might be like over here first, because there's like these little curves in the map that make them suck. All right, it's not over there. My mini map could switch anyway. That was weird. Okay, there's the frozen river. That's where Anya is. But instead of going and saving her right now, we want the waypoint still. So what we're going to do is we're going to put a portal here. As long as you remember not to throw another portal, and I fuck this up all the time. But if you remember not to throw another portal until we find the waypoint, then we can take the waypoint out and then take the portal back, and we'll end up right where that is, where we left it, so we don't have to fucking backtrack. And the waypoint's going to be up here because the portal was over there, and there's the waypoint. So now we can go back to Hrograth, sell off our shit or whatever we're going to do, get supplies. I think we're good on supplies, actually. Go ahead and sell that amulet off. We got enough stuff, we're okay. And now, if we take the fucking portal back, we're right there at the frozen river, see? So we managed to get both the waypoint and not have to backtrack. Usually, you know, it wasn't that far to begin with, but sometimes it's a lot farther. So that's just a handy little tip to do quite a lot in many different places. Like if you haven't found the waypoint yet, it's really helpful in the Ancient's Way as well. If you haven't found the waypoint yet, but you find the exit of the Ancient's Way into the fight where you do the Ancients, well, you absolutely want the fucking waypoint first. Because if you fuck up the Ancients fight, you can't just throw a portal, right? In the Ancients fight, it'll cancel everything out. So so you want the waypoint so that if you fuck up or die or something, at least you can just go back to the waypoint and come up and throw the portal outside of the entrance. You'll see. So even if we find the entrance first, we'll put a portal there, and then we'll go look for the waypoint like we just did, and then we will when we find out, we'll go through and end up at the portal to the entrance to the Ancients thing, and then we'll do the Ancients. And if we fuck up, worst case, we can always just, you know, go back to the portal. Like, it's just nice to have that so you don't have to go all the way back, because if you don't get the Ancients waypoint, it's a long fucking walk, dude. And that's a fight that you could lose. Right? Like, some things you just don't have to worry about, because you're like, I'm not going to lose that fight. But that's a fight you could lose. It's a fluky thing, but it could happen, especially if I forget to leave players 8. Did I have players 8? Shit. I'm on players 1 again, aren't I? God, see, I knew it. I forgot about that. I was like, why is this so much easier? Because when I killed Diablo, right, I switched it to players 1, but I switched it too late, and then I forgot to switch it back to players 8. Which is why this is way easier to just blaze through and kill everything. But I'm still getting good experience, so I'm just going to leave it. Once we start doing the bit, we're going to do a couple bail runs. Once we start doing that, we'll go ahead and kick the thing back up to 8. Once we get strong enough to where we can do players 8, like we'll graduate that up. Is how we're going to play that one. We'll just leave it on 1 now, because we're halfway there anyway. We'll get a lot of experience from doing the bail runs too. That's the big thing with the bail. The reason why you want to do bail runs at the end of your of killing bail is because you get like almost a level per run. Sometimes more than a level per run at first. The experience is so good. And you can level up to, you know, like 50. Just doing bail runs. And it's decent drops. Like, you know, he can drop some good stuff. Like some good mid-gear shit. Normal bail, I think, can drop. I'm not sure what his level is. But it's like not horrible. I don't think you can get a Shaco. But you can definitely get like SOJs and stuff. You can get like some good amulets. You could get a Viper Mage. You could get let's see what other necro shit. You could get like Worm Skull. Or, you know, whatever. Which is like a decent Necromancer helmet. It's not great. You can get the Undead Crown, which is better. You could get I don't know if you can get Talros's Mask in normal bail. Maybe. Because that would be huge for the Merc. I don't think you can though. I think you have to. I think you can get that from Nightmare, but I don't think you can get it from normal. But it's just good for experience anyway. So like, yeah, we're getting good experience and we're not even like, we're on players 1. It's just Act 5 has really good experience. So there's Anya. And we need to go back to Heragrath and get a potion to thaw her out. Okay, so you get the potion. Oh, I don't have room for it. I hope she gives it to you. Oh, she threw it on the floor, didn't she? So, be aware of this. Because I forgot and I didn't even realize until I looked and I noticed, but it's hard to see. If your inventory is full when you do this, she will throw that shit on the floor. So if you don't see it, if you hold Alt on your keyboard, it will show anything on the floor. See? So her potion's on the floor, so you pick it up. Boom. Then you take it to her. Dropping quest items on the floor is bad. I'm just gonna throw it out there. But it is what it is. And then she gives me the scroll. And if you use the scroll, your resists will all go up by 10%. Pretty good. And then you talk to Anya, and she'll give me a Necromancer shrunken head shield thing that will probably suck. But every once in a while, it's not horrible. And it sucks. But the good news is Neothalk's gone, and you can gamble with Anya now. I don't know that it's any better. Still looking for that belt. There we go. See, that's a decent belt. That's giving me the fire resist, plus it's giving me some lightning resist, plus some recovery. Doing a little bit more than Saigon's. One's even more fire resist, but it doesn't have a lightning resist. There we go. Now this one has cold resist and poison resist and replenish life, which might actually be better because what's my shit at right now? I already have 81 fire. I have almost max resist already, but this adds cold resist. So I have a little less lightning, a little more cold. That's decent because that puts them both closer. That's actually not bad. We're going to go ahead and go with that one because it's also going to give us +3 replenish life, which is really good because we already have prayer and we already have meditation from the Merc. So we're getting like a lot of replenish life. So if we take a hit, we're going to be like, okay, like we're going to replenish it pretty fast. And then we have stat points I haven't even put anything into, and I'm not going to for a while because I don't need it. We're just going to keep saving them. At some point, we have to put 100 and like, I don't know, what is it? 100 and, I don't even remember. 150 something into strength or 140 something. Whatever it is. I'll get there when we get there. But we need it for a spirit shield. In case we don't end up getting a really cool Necromancer head. Usually on the Necromancer, though, you end up with a Necromancer head that's a little bit better than, like, a standard Spirit Shield. Although, it depends on what you use for your chest armor. Because the Spirit Shield does have a lot of really good resists that you're not going to get. It just depends on where you're at in the game. It depends on what other gear you have. But you could find a pretty dope Necromancer head. So Spirit isn't the only shield option. And if you end up finding one that's a little better than Spirit, or at least on par with Spirit, then don't waste the fucking strength points and just use the Necromancer head. Because the only reason you need the points in the strength is to wear the shield, the 4-socketed Monarch shield, which you can put the Spirit in, But 4-socketed Monarch Shield has a lot of strength requirements that you can otherwise use those points to put into Vitality, which gives you more life. More life, more better, you know, obviously. So, now, they say take Anya's portal to Neothok's temple, but we're actually not going to do that. Because we don't need to. There's no reason to do the Neothok quest at all until Hell mode. But the fact that that's open is good. If we need skeletons, we can just come in here and there's a bunch of skeletons on the ground and we can just raise them. And that'll help replenish our skeletons easier. We're going to go back to the Crystalline Passage because we know where the exit is because we ran into it earlier. That's right here, the Glacial Trail. And then this waypoint, not necessary. If you find the fucking exit before the waypoint, just take the exit. Because it doesn't matter. Unless you're like a completionist. I must have every fucking waypoint. And then, you know, good luck with that. Ah. Yes, there is a little map boss in this place as well. And we just killed them. And if we wait, like some of those guys will resurrect because they're fucking like zombies. But we're not gonna wait. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Alright, the Drifter Cavern. We don't need to go in there at all for any reason whatsoever in the entire game. It's completely pointless. So, we are going to keep looking for other shit. Do, 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 do. No dice. Wow, we are just batting 1,000. Probably over in this corner. I'm guessing either the waypoint or the exit. There's the exit. Good. Boom. Alright, that's all we needed. Now I'm going to throw a portal out here just as a safety portal. So if we die, we can just go back to here. Waypoint in this area is not mandatory, but it's likely that you'll run into it on the way to the edge of the map anyway, so you know, it is what it is. And if it's not right around the beginning part, it's closer to the end part. So it's probably closer to the end part, which is going to be this way. And then eventually it's going to be that way. There's the waypoint. Good deal. The big thing here is you just want to get to the edge of the mountain because the edge of the mountain is where the Ancient's Way is. And there's really no point in killing all the stuff along the way here because you're not going to get a lot from it. And you're going to get a lot more experience just doing Bale runs. And we're almost at Bale, so it's better to just kind of beeline to the Ancients, kill the Ancients, and then beeline to Bale. And then just grind him out a couple times. So that's kind of why I do that. So the Ancient's Way. Now we want to find the waypoint no matter what. And it might be this way, so let's go down here first. Okay, it is not. Might be over here. Because this is it again, like all the caves, it's at the extremes. So there's gonna be something over here. It's either gonna be the waypoint or the exit. Or the icy, what is it? The icy cellar, yeah. Where Snapship Chatter used to, I think that's where Snapship Shatter is now. And he used to be somewhere else. Used to be up there over, over by Shank or something, or over by Eldritch. A long time ago. They moved him. I don't know why they moved him. I used to like farming him. And then when they put him down here, it was like a lot harder to farm. They're merc leveled. I can see the waypoint from here. We're gonna go snag it. On the mini map, it's right here. Oh, gonna go back. We're gonna get some potions. So we're kind of like force rushing our way through. Which means the Ancient's Way, I mean the, what is it called? The little fucking, whatever it is where the Ancients are, is going to be over this way. The Ariat Summit. Not to be confused with the website, the Ariat Summit, which was the original BattleNet run Diablo 2 information site, which is still up, by the way. I just looked at it an hour ago. When I was looking for the max roll stuff, I looked at Ariat Summit first, and I realized they didn't have the levels on the rune words. But yeah, that site's still up. It's crazy. All right, so here's the Ariat Summit, and we throw a portal for safety because we can't throw a portal when we're in there, or we will cancel any fights we have. So, we can do this two ways. We can cast thorns, and everybody will die attacking our guys, or we can cast amplify damage and let our guys do a lot of damage. But I'm going to take the thorns route. And I also put myself on walk so that our mercenary is on walk so that he gets more of his defenses. See, Karlik's almost dead. Just from thorning himself on my merc. And then poor Talik is a whirlwind barb, and you know how whirlwind barbs handle thorns. Not very well. There we go. You are a worthy hero. So then we get an extra level out of it. Usually you get a whole level when you do this quest. If not, you get really close to a whole level. We'll go ahead and drop our skeleton mastery point in. And away we go. Into the Worldstone Keep. Now we want to throw a portal here for safety, because if we die, we don't want to go through all that shit again. And we want to find our way to Worldstone Keep level 2 and find the waypoint as soon as possible. Because that is going to be the waypoint we're going to use for farming ourselves to level 50. Experience shrine is nice. Oh, we don't need thorns anymore. Oh, we might use it on Lister and shit. If we can handle him. Do 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 do. Worldstone Keep level 2. Now we need to find the waypoint. The chances are we're gonna find level 3 before we find the waypoint. It's always the case. But once we do find the waypoint, there's a really easy way to find all the rest of the, to work your way down. There's a little pattern. Shit. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Where's my teleport? That was crazy. I got stuck in there for a minute. It's getting real. Yeah, see, there's level 3. So we're going to put the portal up so that when we grab the waypoint, we can go to town and come back through the portal. Jewel. And should be right over here somewhere. There it is. So normally, and you can already see that it's the case, when you find the waypoint, when you come into the map from the waypoint, once you make a new game, when you're gonna farm bale, waypoint, you always go from the waypoint the way that your character is facing when he comes into the waypoint. Okay, which is going to be facing toward this bridge. You want to go to the character's right. And you just follow the trail to the character's right, always, from the waypoint. And you will end up, which we don't have to do because we already found it, but you will end up finding the level 3 thingy. That's the little like map trick. Now when it comes to Mephisto, it's the opposite. You go to the left. From Durance and Hate. From level 3, you just have to wing it because it's kind of random. From this level 3. But I guess when you're in single player, it doesn't matter anyway. All right, let's back up a little bit. Let's group this shit up. Stuff got a little spicy for a minute. I forgot these demon lords are no joke at first. Death Lord motherfuckers. All right. Well, it's not that way. Anyway, I keep forgetting in single player it doesn't matter, right? Because once we have the map, it's the same. So all the little shortcuts as to where things are don't really matter. It will all be exposed. But it matters the first time, and it matters if you're playing on BattleNet. Ghost armor? Is it 2-socketed? Nope. Alright, so as usual, it's at the very fucking last place I can possibly imagine. When there's nothing left, there it is. Of course. So, throw a portal, just in case. Because every once in a while you go down that hole right there and it gets real spicy right away. And you just want to make sure that you have backup, because you don't want to go through all that shit again, right? It's always good to throw a safety portal. All right, so now we are in Bale's throne room. We're gonna hang on to that. I think I'm gonna make a lore helm out of that. All right, so now we're gonna have a couple different waves of Bale's minions we have to fight off. Or Ort's Soul, +1 skills, energy. Yeah, I'm gonna do that when we go back to town. It's better than what I have, which is fucking a piece of nothing. Alright, in fact, I'm gonna go back to town right now because we're poisoned. And I want to make sure that if my Merc is poisoned, he doesn't die. And we're almost leveled again. So let's go ahead and make that helmet, because it's better than whatever that is. So it's Ort's Soul, and it looks cool because it's in a bone helm. So we have an Ort, and we have a Soul. Ort Soul, and then we have a Lore. And this gives us +1 skill, +10 energy, 30% lightning resist, damage reduction by 7, which is really nice. And yeah, the other thing that we probably should do is put some more points into life. I'm gonna go ahead and put 25 because I don't know where we're at with this, and I don't want to take off a bunch of gear to figure it out. So we're just gonna take this down to 20 from 45, which is the same as putting 25 points in. Eventually we're going to keep buffing that. We do want to save some because at some point we're going to get our Monarch, but we don't need that till Hell mode, and we're not going to get it till Hell mode, so yeah, we'll be fine. We'll have plenty of points by then. Let's go ahead and convert this while we're here. Make some room. All right. So now we have one more plus skill, so we just keep getting better, right? We're going to go back into walk mode. That's going to give us the maximum defense for our mercenary and ourselves. And we're getting crazy experience, as you do in this. And as we level up, we're going to start slowly increasing the player count so we get more experience. Because right now we're only on players 1. But I figure we'll go ahead and kill him on players 1, judge how hard it is, and then adjust at that point. So we'll get the win, right? And then we'll adjust for farming purposes. Lister, we're gonna go ahead and use thorns. Because he's a pain in the ass. But now what we're going to do is we're going to get ready with Decrepify. And what we're going to do on Baal is we're going to follow him in. We're going to take off the defense because it doesn't matter right now. We're going to run in there. We're going to cast Decrepify on him as soon as we can. And then we're going to recast Gumby on top of him. And when Gumby hits him and Decrepify hits him, it's going to lock him down. And then the rest of our minions will just paper cut him to death. So, there he is. We're going to cast him, and we're going to cast Gumby. And we have to keep this curse up. And now, as soon as Gumby hits him, and he did, he's kind of fucked. As long as we keep Decrepify on him and Gumby on him, Gumby is our clay golem in case you don't get the reference. So we keep the clay golem hitting him and Decrepify, and he can, once in a while he'll get a shot off, but it won't do shit. You see how he can't do anything? He's just stuck. Because Decrepify slows. Decrepify, attack speed minus 50%. And Gumby does, well, let's find out. At this level, slows enemies by 46%. So he's basically at 96% less speed. He can't do shit because he's getting stun locked. And that's how you beat Diablo in normal mode, everybody, with a summoner. It did take me kind of a long time, but I was playing Players 8 and I was chatting a lot and I was bullshitting a lot. But we got it and it was fairly easy. Mostly Players 8. We didn't do Players 8 for the last, sprint because it doesn't really matter. The goal wasn't let's do it on Players 8 and try to be a Giga Chat about it or anything. The goal was just getting through it and showing you guys how to kind of do it. And because we were in single player, Players 8 makes it easier because you get a lot more experience through the easy levels. And then you can roll it back when you need to for the harder levels. And now we are level 34. We've finished the game. We're going to go through Destruction's End, and then we're going to grind a couple levels out and show you what that's all about and how you can ease the levels up so that you can still handle it but get more experience, because you'll get like about a level per run, which is pretty good experience. So I'm making some room to see if we can take anything we need out of here. That doesn't really matter. That doesn't really matter. None of this really matters, but whatever. So we're going to take it with us. We got the little ending thing. We'll go ahead and watch this, although the people on YouTube won't get to hear it. If you stick with us, though, we're going to do a couple of bail runs. And get leveled up before we go into Nightmare. I know the sound isn't, the game sounds aren't on YouTube, but that's for other reasons. YouTube sucks when it comes to game sounds and different things. People like to claim copyright shit on all kinds of stuff, and then you have to dispute it, even if it's not there. If there's any sound other than your own, which is really dumb. And then you have to deal with that bullshit, and it's just easier not to have game sounds on when I have YouTube. Because I also have some like Twitch sounds. Like if you're watching this on Twitch, sometimes people redeem channel points that have little sound clips and song clips and stuff that if those came through on YouTube, it'd be a real headache to deal with. So I just leave them off. So unfortunately, you YouTube people won't get to hear any of the game sounds, including the sounds of the cinematic, which is why I'm talking through it, because you can't hear anything anyway. So you can just hear me. That is the shattering of the soulstone. And the end of the world as you know it. Trying to reset humanity. Okay. There we go. Congratulations, Lenny Ghoul will be henceforth be known as Slayer Lenny Ghoul. I'm a Slayer. I didn't die. Although I didn't play hardcore. I could have, because I didn't die. Which is pretty good. I almost did. So now I can go into Nightmare, but I'm not going to. We're going to go back to normal. So we can farm this a little bit. Berserkers, I'm pretty sure I have that. It doesn't matter if I don't. You know, don't care. Sure shall frost. I might have that on a mule. I might not. We won't hang on to it because I'm kind of sort of doing a half-assed fucking Grail challenge. Right, you know, you keep one of everything. I don't know. I don't remember where it's at. I haven't done it in a long time. But I'm not sure if I have that or not. Anyway, so now that we've made a new game, right? The maps are gonna stay. I'll show you. If you like the map, then you just follow the map and you do it again. But as a summoner, you got to get corpses, and the easiest way to get corpses once you've saved Anya, we'll go ahead and talk to her. Once you have saved Anya, is to just go into Neothok's temple, and if you you can raise them from all of these corpses, who, if you wait long enough, will raise themselves. But now I've got 10 of them. The remaining ones will raise. We can fight them for some easy money. We can go do Pendle while we're here, just for the hell of it. Because sometimes he drops nice. We'll leave, but now we have our 10 skeletons. And then we can just go out if we want. I always do this anyway, just because it's really easy. Kill these guys, and it's pretty good experience. It would be a lot better experience if I had the players thing set, and I forgot to, so let's do it now. I'm gonna start it on 3 because we're gonna do the bail thing, and I don't know where it needs to be yet, but we'll start it on 3, and if that's too easy, and it probably will be, then we'll kick it up to 5, and if that's still too easy, we'll just go straight to 8. But while we're here, while we're doing these, we're going to do these 2 bosses every time because they're extremely accessible. They can always drop. You get a lucky drop from them sometimes, and you get some pretty good experience. And it's not out of the way, you know. So we got those 2. We're gonna run the world stone. We could use our teleport staff, but the chargers are pretty expensive, so it doesn't matter. Killing stuff on the way will still give you a little bit of experience. We know where to go, so it's not like it's a hard path. We have the map. And there we go. Just a quick jaunt. Throw a portal. We're almost going to level again, just on 3. We're probably going to kick it up to 5 at least after this fight. You can just tell by how everything's dying. Plus, the more levels we get, the stronger our skeletons will be. Now, again, the caveat to all this is if we had our corpse explosion going, we'd probably just be on 8 right now and blowing everything up anyway. But this is the one thing with this run is I'm trying not to use corpse explosion. I haven't even put points in it. It's a self-inflicted thing because when I have it, I don't feel like I'm playing a summoner anymore. I feel like I'm playing a corpse explosion build, which is the problem with all necro builds. Is that when you play them, you don't. Every build says take 1 point in corpse explosion, and that ends up being the best skill in the game, except for when you're killing bosses. So you end up just fucking playing corpse explosion, and it sucks. And it doesn't feel like I'm playing a summoner, so I'm self-inflicting not playing corpse explosion, so that I can feel like a summoner. And I focus on the summoner damage. And then everything's right with the world. It's not meta, but it doesn't have to be. Because again, Diablo 2 doesn't have to be meta. You don't have to do meta shit in this game. There's the easy level. He got a little fucked up, but he'll be alright. We need to get him some life leech. Which means if I actually find a worm skull, I'm going to give it to him instead of myself, because I actually have a lore helm. And worm skull is a helmet that actually has life leech on it. And that will keep our guy alive pretty well. It's a humongous. Nice. I remember that thing. Right. Again, we're going to go back to walk mode so that Lister doesn't destroy us immediately. And it's going to give us our defenses. And we're going to put it on thorns for Lister. He's not taking a lot of damage, is he? Because of spectral hit? Is that why? Oh, he just wasn't hitting people. That was weird. He should have been taking way more damage the whole time. I don't know why he wasn't. Because he was hitting stuff the whole time. Alright, maybe we won't use thorns on him. Alright. Either way, let's go back, sell our shit, empty our stuff, and then finish Diablo, or finish Baal. We're gonna start selling off these charms and shit too, because most of them are just shit charms that we picked up along the way. But it's, you know, baby steps. We're gonna watch you, or we're gonna make you guys watch me, like, you know, organize crap. That's kind of annoying. So, what are we doing? Oh yeah, okay. So, we're gonna go get Decrepify ready. Let's get our 10th Skelly. Throw a portal up. Same thing, we're gonna run in, and as soon as we see him, we're gonna cast that and that. Oops, shit. And that. Sorry. So now we have him, now he's slowed with the Gumby and Decrepify, and then I'm gonna come out here a little bit to regather my guys, because sometimes some are straggling on this side. We want all hands on deck for the paper cut attacks. And that's basically it. So again, Decrepify and Clay Golem, lock him down, and everybody just kind of whittles away at him. And every level they're going to do a little bit more damage, so it'll go a little quicker. We almost got the level. We're just a hair away from it. And then, what's up, nudist? Going on, brother? We're just doing some bail runs since we cleared the... We finished, actually, the goal today, so I'm just finishing off with some bail runs. Yo. It's a little late, but I had a rough week, man. Shit's just, you know, sometimes shit just gets crazy. And can't always stream when you want to. So I'm making up for it when I can, which happens to be pretty late. You know how it goes. You know how it be. I do too, man. We got like good days and bad days. Um, it might get worse before it gets better, but it's like stabilizing for a while. It was a little touch and go the other night. Basically we had a false alarm. You know, that was not good. Created a lot of problems, fucked a lot of things up. But it happens, so. So 5's working out pretty quick. I might go ahead and just kick it to 8. Just, you know, just rip the band-aid off and go for the gusto. With players 8. Yeah, totally, dude. I mean, it's better than it being the real thing. But at the same time, you know, fuck, dude. Yeah, pretty much. You know, a whole lot of craziness went down too, because it was like just like the timing couldn't have been worse. And it was just like uh, a metric shitstorm for nothing. Yeah. Part of it though is leading to other things that are not going to be good. Looking into other care options that we didn't want to have to consider, but kind of look maybe inevitable. Oh, that sucks, dude. I mean, it's awesome that she is. That's not what sucks. What sucks is the stories that you get to hear, because I'm sure they're fucking awful. We get some weird rain shit going on out here too. Totally, completely changing the subject, but just, yeah. We had this like crazy like deluge for like 5 minutes, and then it's been kind of like sprinkling all day. And we had a little bit of thunder. We're supposed to get crazy thunderstorm tonight, but it hasn't happened yet. It's already fucking like 1 o'clock, so like 1 a.m. So I don't know what the fuck's going on. Like it just missed us or something. Did we up this yet? To 8, or do we up it to 5? Let me see. Gameplay. We upped it to 5. Alright, we'll do it 8 after this. You had Cold Stone. Dude, Cold Stone's amazing. You have an equivalent? You don't have actual Cold Stone out there? Oh, dude, our Merc died. Oh, he probably got poisoned to death. I haven't had Cold Stone in years, but that shit was fucking bomb when I did go. That's some crazy shit, dude. Taco truck. Oh, there you go. Damn. I'm all jealous, dude. You got tacos and fucking Cold Stone? Dude. That's the life right there, dude. You know, that's really it. There's really nothing else you need. Hell yeah, dude. Didn't even use your AK. That's right, dude. Today was a good day. Ice Cube would be proud. Alright, let's see if we can handle 5 Lister. Lister gets dicey sometimes until you get to a certain point, and then he's like, no big deal. Our big issue with him is that he fucks our merc up sometimes. And then, because our merc doesn't have leech yet. I try to make him proud every day. There you go. Then you need to watch Friday at least once a week then. Lister down. We don't need keys. And then pop in Friday 2, the director's cut commentary. Huh. I don't think I've ever seen Fridays 2, the director's cut commentary. I've seen Fridays 2. I saw Friday 2, obviously. Actually, interestingly, I saw Friday 2. Oh, shit, I forgot. I'm doing a thing. Hold on. Alright, we gotta lock this fucker down. I saw Friday 2 in the theater, and it was so fucking packed. Me and my buddy went. A friend of mine got me into Friday because I had never seen Friday, and he was like, "Dude, you gotta watch Friday." And I was like, "Oh my god, that's amazing!" And then we watched it like all the time. And then when Friday 2 came out, we're like, "Okay, we're gonna go see it no matter what." Opening day, fucking absolutely. And we went, and it was so fucking packed, and we were a little bit late. There was exactly 2 seats left in the entire fucking theater, and they were the worst seats I've ever sat in for any movie ever. This is, back when theaters, right? And it was the very 2 end seats and the very first row, and it was on the giant screen. It was on the big one. Like, you know how like there's like different theater sizes? Like if you go to like a multiplex, like an AMC where they have like 12 fucking theaters in there, or they'll have like 20, like this one's a 24. So they have a massive room, and then they have a bunch of pretty big rooms, and then they have some smaller ones. This was the massive one. So the screen is so fucking huge. When you are in the front row, you get a head cramp because you're looking straight up at the screen. And not only that, we were at the very end. So after watching the movie for like 10 minutes, our eyes got used to everything being shifted really weird on an angle and really far up. And it was so bad that after the movie was over, when we stood up to walk out, we were leaning, we were like trying to fall over. Like our equilibrium was all fucked up. That's how horrible it was trying to watch that movie in that theater, in the front row and the corners. It was so horrible, dude. Like I was walking sideways for a while. Like it was just fucked up, man. And then I saw it again. Like once it went to DVD and shit. It was okay. And then I think I saw Friday 3 once. I was like, eh. Friday 2 was okay. Friday is the best. It just is. Friday 2 is pretty good. And Friday 3 was just fucking stupid. The Friday after next or whatever, is that what it was? Yeah, because you had Friday and then next Friday and then the Friday after next. And the Friday after next was dumb. But that's me. I don't know. To each his own. But yeah, those seats were awful, dude. And we just swore like I would never do that. Because I'd never sat in those seats before. I didn't know how bad it was going to be, right? And I'm like, dude, we really want to see this movie. It's opening day. And they're like, well, there's the only seats available are these last 2 seats. And I'm like, well, how bad could it be? The answer, it could be absolutely fucking horrible, so don't do it. But I didn't know that, right? So it was like, how bad could it be? It was awful. The seats were so like we had to go see we had to get it again and watch it on DVD just because the seats were so bad. Like half of the movie was just ruined by our eyes trying to get used to looking, and it's such a weird fucking position at the movie screen because it was so big on an angle. We're at the corner, you know. The charm of the original Friday. Yeah, exactly. Nothing beats it. It's got like, it's still like there's a lot of innocence in there and it's funny, you know. Craig's still a fucking virgin on, you know, a weed virgin. And then, you know. At first. Yeah, the whole thing's good because it's all just, you know, all these characters are new and they're funny because they're all like relatable, but they're all like hilarious, you know. And then the problem with the sequel is they're trying to live up to that, right? And they're trying to bring back characters and they're trying to like, you know, and it just it's not the same. Yeah, there's expectations and it's just all weird and dumb. Sequels are often really bad, and like part 3s are usually like every once in a while you'll get like a sequel or a part 3 that does it really good, but most of the time they're awful. I would say the only one that was really good, Lord of the Rings Part 3, I think was the best of the Lord of the Rings. Indiana Jones Part 3 did it right, and then Star Wars, like the sequel, right? Empire Strikes Back was the best of those. So like those are like 3 occasions where like a sequel or a part 3 did it right. And then like I can't even think of any others that were like good in that same respect of any movie off the top of my head. That were like as good as the original or, you know, better. Like the case could be made for like Matrix, but even then, like the first Matrix was so much better than like part 2. Part 2 was really good in its own way, right? I liked it because as an action movie it was amazing, but everything was like it was all overdone. You know, they took like the Matrix and then ran with it, right? Where the first one was like, wow. And then the second one was like, now we're going to ratchet up to like 14. And you're like, oh, okay. Yeah. What do we, oh, Worldstone Keep happens to be the thingy. So it's automatically going to be a higher level. The base is going to be a higher. So what's the base level? It's level 40 because it's a terrorized zone. So we actually don't want to run. Let's try it. We're going to run it on players 8 anyway. As a terrorized zone at level 40, which means it could be insane. Let's go get our skeletons. This might be too hard. We might have to scale it back. Go get our skeletons. It's weird that every once in a while you get the terrorized zone happens to be the thing you're farming. And before you're level 50, it becomes very interesting. And then this is probably going to be our last run because I gotta bail pretty soon. The experience is good, but yeah, it's not undoable. So it's at level 40 on players 8, and we're still handling it. So good. That Worldstone experience is going to be off the chain. Lister's probably going to fucking wreck us though, so we might have to like kite him out of the room just to be able to go do bail. But we'll see. We'll deal with that when we get to it. It is interesting how they do terrorize zones even in single player. Because you don't need them for single player. That's the whole point of having players 8. But the fact that you get them in single player is really weird. It's like extra power creep. I guess that's how you're supposed to get the Sunder charms though, right? Because otherwise you wouldn't be able to get Sunder charms. Not that I think you need those either, but that's another story. Alright, so we're going to throw a portal because this could get real spicy real fast. Being that it's terrorized zone. It's level 43 terrorized zone. And we're doing it on players 8. Doesn't seem to be a problem. That's good. That is good news for us. Now, again, we'll find out when we reach Lister, and he probably tries to wreck us, but we'll see. Everything seems to be doing okay so far. Actually, Bale should be able to drop really nice then, right? If Worldstone is fucking terrorized, doesn't that make Bale like normal Bale basically into Nightmare Bale for drop purposes? I guess we'll find out. We'll see what he drops. I wish I had more Magic Find on right now. Take advantage of the situation. Colenso. There's a jewel. Colenso got smoked. What level's that jewel? Doesn't matter. Oh well. Okay, this is where my Merc might die again from being poisoned. We gotta be careful. There's another level. Alright, we gotta run back so that they don't die from being poisoned. Okay. Now this guy's lightning's gonna fuck us up pretty good. We gotta be careful about that. Because this is like, dude's on crack right now. And Ellie Bartuk might be a bit much. Although, wow. It's like we're doing alright. Alright, alright. Next one shouldn't be too bad. It's, again, Lister's the last one, the big one we're worried about. We might even try to use Decrepify on Lister, on well, we'll still start with Thorns, but if that doesn't work, we'll switch to Decrepify. Maybe we slow his ass down, and that'll help us. Alright, let's back it out a little bit, because him and his boys don't fuck around. We'll start with Iron Maiden. Is that doing shit at all? That's not doing fuck all. Alright. Let's go to Decrepify. Because that'll slow him down. Maybe we'll just do straight up amp damage. Maybe amp damage is the play. I think what's happening is Lister's healing so fast that it doesn't matter. So we have to kill all the rest of the minions first. And then we can focus fire on Lister. It's happening though. I mean, shit, we just got another level. We're at level 40 already, so we got, what, 2 or 3 levels from standing here. Just from this one... From this one thing. It's not bad. Lister's getting his ass kicked. I'm liking it. He's almost dead. That's some pretty decent XP right there. Holy shit. Look at that. We almost leveled a 3rd time. In the same fucking thing. That is crazy experience right there, dude. Holy shit, man. Alright. Oh, and I got a summoning skills amulet. We're gonna switch to that right now. That just made everybody way better. Alright. So now, let's see if Bale drops nice for us. Bale might be a bit of a handful because he's such a high level right now. Where is he? Boom. Boom. We're still going to decrepify him. We're still going to Gumby him. He should still be slowed to a crawl. But he might not take damage as fast. Actually, it's not bad. Alright. Well, this isn't as bad as I thought it would be. I thought this would be a lot harder, but it looks like we're kicking his ass pretty well. I'm digging it. It's not bad for a final run. And we're probably gonna level off this for a 3rd time. Off this kill. I hope he drops nice. That's really the big thing. Most of the damage he's just taken from the merc too, you can tell. The skeletons aren't doing shit to him. Because when the merc misses, his damage doesn't go down, but when the merc hits, it's all chunk, chunk, chunk. Now, what I might do off stream for the YouTubers who are following the series is I'm probably gonna do more Bale runs off stream on the downtime before the next video. And the next time we pick it up, we'll be doing Nightmare, and we're probably gonna start at level 50. And that way I can grind out a couple, because doing bail runs is kind of boring, like, to watch. You know, just doing the same thing over and over. Like, so we'll probably pick it up at Nightmare at like level 50 or something for the next one. Just letting you all know, because this is going to be it. There it is. We got the level. We didn't get, didn't really get any good drop, but we did get the level. So we're at level 41, which is not bad. And that's going to do it. Let's see what that... Yeah, we didn't get shit. Actually, what we didn't do yet, we'll go ahead and do that real quick too before we leave, is we didn't do Shanker and Eldritch. I think we forgot to do them. That'll give us even more experience. Although they're not going to be Terror Zone, they are going to be players 8. So at least it'll give us a little bit of something. So before we bail, let's get these guys real quick. I always like to do them. Sometimes they drop nice. All right, that's it. They didn't. No worries though. All right, everybody, that's going to do it for the day. Thank you all for watching. Thanks for hanging out. If you like what you see, give me a follow, or if you want to support the channel, like subs are cool. On the YouTube, do the things. There's like a like and a sub and a bell and all this stuff. Does different things obviously than on Twitch. And I will see you guys next time. Here's the Discord channel if anybody needs it. Probably tomorrow. I'm gonna try to stream tomorrow. I think I can. I think we've gotten through the bullshit. If not, Sunday for sure. And I'm not sure what it's going to be tomorrow or Sunday. It might be Blood Bowl 2. So we can finish that up, because we got a bunch of Blood Bowl 2 stuff still to finish, right? We got the Necro team that's kicking ass. We got some players to level up that are chat players. So we can tune in for some of that. Or maybe some City of Heroes, because I kind of neglected that for a while. And I know there's some City of Heroes followers that are probably like, what the fuck, dude? Right? So I'm not sure. It's going to be something. Maybe even Command and Conquer Generals. I'm still weighing whether or not to buy that. There's a Command and Conquer pack of like 10 Command and Conquer games, and they're all on Steam for $10. But apparently you have to get some. I have to do some patches and shit to make them work, which is unfortunate. But Command and Conquer's General Zero Hour is a game I haven't played forever, and it's like one of the best Command and Conquer games. And I wouldn't mind playing that on stream if I can get it working. But I'm not sure if I'm gonna buy it yet, because there's something like, I'm reading about shit. There's like some hinky shit going on. It may not be the actual versions. Like EA's pulling some bullshit, because that's what EA does. So we'll see. But anyway, that's it. Thanks everybody. I'll see you next time. Peace out. Enjoy the rest of your evening or morning as it may be now. Have good dreams. Eat plenty of tacos. And I guess that's it.
And now, folks, it's time to say goodnight. We sincerely appreciate your patronage and hope we've succeeded in bringing you an enjoyable evening of entertainment. Please drive home carefully and come back again soon. Good night.